of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Major General Dr. Roum Politikarum Rodon Pedrason, MA.
The Honorable Major General Dr. Sultan Finekri Arifin Abidin, Obstetrics and Gynecology Specialist, Fetal-Maternal Consultant, Mars, as Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Indonesia Defense University, which will be represented by First Marshal Dr. Wawan Mulyawan, Neurosurgeon Specialist, Aviation Medicine Specialist, as Vice Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Indonesia Defense University.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Jean-Marc Puyo, EM Specialist, Chief ED, Samu Kayen, French Guiana, as the Expert Lecturer.
Honorable Thomas Weidendries, Telemedicine Specialist, GM, Samu Ama, France, as the Expert Lecturer.
The Honorable Duc Huan Nguyen, Telemedicine Expert of Samu Ama, France, as the Expert Lecturer.
Honorable Dr. Ronald Koswiranagara, Emergency Medicine Field Practitioner, SAMU Representative in Indonesia, as the Expert Lecturer.
We honor the supervisors, chief executives, lecturers, and the entire committee,
and whom we love and are proud of, all attendees of the Telemedicine and Emergency Workshop and cadets of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let us give praises to God Almighty for His grace and guidance. We can all attend the SAMU and AMA Telemedicine Workshop 2023. Before we begin, allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Sergeant Cadet Nicholas Gabriel Harepa, and I'm here along with my colleague,
Sergeant Cadet Bravendra Puspada Mayanti,
as the Masters of Ceremony for today's event.
We will now read you today's schedule of events. First, we have introduction and opening, and then we have welcoming speech by the representation of the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Indonesia Defense University. Next, we have opening remarks by the second Vice Rector of the Indonesia Defense University. Afterwards, we have MOU signing ceremony, and then we have training program presentation, followed by lecture 1 and lecture 2, and then we have lunch break. After that, we have lecture 3, followed by demo and display by AMA France, and then we have lecture 4, followed by the Q&A session, and we also have group photo session, followed by coffee break. Afterwards, we have workshop, followed by discussion and evaluation session. Next, we have certificate of appreciation, and last but not least, we have our closing. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our event, let us sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. You may rise from your seats. attendees, you may take your seats.
Next will be the opening prayer led by Sergeant Cadet Hafid Shahid Ilmanshah. To Sergeant Cadet Hafid, you may step forward.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please allow me to lead the prayer with the Islamic customs. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. O Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. There is no word that we should say, but a word of praise and gratitude to your presence. For by your power and permission, we can gather on this happy day in order to attend the expert lecture this morning. Therefore, O Rabbal Alamin, bring down the blessings in our midst and your blessings on our occasion. O Allah, that the all-knowing, bestow upon us consistency in striving, consistency in endeavor, humility and clarity of reason, as our provisions in pursuing education at this campus that we love, and give it to our teachers, our lecturers, our mu'alim, patience in teaching, fortitude in speech, health, and prevent them from all harms. O Allah, Ya Mujib as-Sa'ilin, it is only to you that we worship, and only to you do we put our trust. O God, accept our prayers and supplications. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sergeant Cadet Hafiz.
We will now be moving on to the next event. Welcoming speech by the representation of the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University. To First Marshal Dr. Wawan Mulyawan, Neurosurgeon Specialist, Aviation Medicine Specialist, the stage is yours.
First of all, want to say sorry from our dean to Professor Pujo and team because he cannot come to the stage because there is a very important meeting in Jakarta. So in this occasion, I will read his speech in the expert lecture and workshop. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, may peace be upon us all. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings with you. The Honorable Rectors of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, representing by the second Rector, Major General Dr. Rodon, the Republic of Indonesia official, first echelon, second echelon, and third echelon, and first Vice Dean of Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, acting second Vice Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, and the acting head of undergraduate program in medicine of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, distinguished speakers, Professor Pujo, Professor Loy, Dr. Norman, Mr. Thomas, and also Mr. Huan. Let us extend praise and gratitude to the Almighty God for His abundant grace and blessings. We are able to gather here in good health to participate in the fifth expert lecture series and workshop with the theme of telemedicine in emergency settings. Ladies and gentlemen, the Faculty of Medicine and Health Science of the Defense University of the Republic of Indonesia is the first military medical education program in Indonesia, which served as the reference for other similar institutions of higher education in Indonesia. The undergraduate program in medicine of Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, Defense University, is part of the medical science that comprise the knowledge and technology of health in the land, sea, and air domains, apply in the providing health support for military operation, both in times of war and non-war military operation, in accordance with the provision of legislation. Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, Indonesia Defense University is contributing to graduate the military doctors that will be deployed at the forefront of healthcare sources, especially in the remote, outer, and underserved area of Indonesia. In order to carry out health support activities in military operation other than war, as part of the National Health Defense System, or we call it SISCAM-HANEC, the development of telemedicine is expected to expand the coverage of healthcare services in those areas. By understanding the benefits of telemedicine, it is hoped that military doctors can play an active role in increasing knowledge about the role of the military medicine for innovating and improving health sciences using telemedicine both in daily practice and in emergency cases. The honorable audience, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all speakers that kindly share their precious knowledge as well as experiences in developing the telemedicine system, particularly in emergency settings. I would also like to thank to the organizing committee for their hard work in arranging this fifth experts lecture series and workshop. For all the participants, I sincerely hope that we can attend many knowledge and can learn directly from the expert on how to implement the telemedicine technology in various situations, including in emergency case management. Finally, I asked the Director of Republik Indonesia Defense University to open this expert lecture and workshop. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam bela negara.
Thank you. First Master Dr. Wawan Mulyawan, Neurosurgeon Specialist, Aviation Medicine Specialist, for the remarks.
And now, the opening remarks by the Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Vice Admiral, Professor Dr. Engineer Amarullah Octavian, Bachelor of Engineering, Master of Science, DESD, ASEAN Engineering, which is represented by Major General Dr. Roum Politikarum Rodon Pedrason, MA. The stage is yours.
Good morning, distinguished the speakers for today's expert lecture and workshop. Professor Dr. Jean-Marc Pujo, Emergency Medicine Specialist, Chief of Emergency Department of SAMU, Cayenne, France, Guyana. Mr. Thomas Wendendris, Telemedicine Specialist of SAMU AMA, France. Mr. Juan Dukmoen, Telemedicine Expert of SAMU AMA, France. Dr. Rino Koswiranagara, Emergency Medicine Field Practitioner, SAMU Representative, Indonesia. Distinguished the Vice Rectors, Deans, and High Official of RIDU, the lecturers, moderators, and invitees, all of the expert lecturers, and workshop participants. First of all, let us extend praise and gratitude to the Almighty God for His abundant grace and blessings that have enabled us to gather in the 5th expert lecture series and workshop with the theme Telemedicine in Emergency Setting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesia defense system is a universal defense system which involves all citizens, territories, other national resources, executed totally, integrated, continued, and sustained to uphold national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the safety of the entire nation from all threats. The national health system, as a part of the national defense system, is the form and method of implementing health development that integrates various efforts of Indonesia to guarantee the goals of health development in realizing people's welfare is in the mandate of the Constitution of Indonesia, 1945. The Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, as the first military doctor education program in Indonesia, is committed to consistently contributing to the improvement of health status of the Indonesian National Armed Forces and the entire Indonesian society. Ladies and gentlemen, in the learning process at the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences of RIDU, the cadets will be exposed to various clinical problems that exist in our country, including the lack of access to healthcare services in the remote, outer, and underserved areas of Indonesia. With a doctor to population ratio in Indonesia of only 4 per 10,000, one of the efforts that can be made is to develop telemedicine. Telemedicine is a technology-based healthcare service that allows users to have face-to-face interaction through screens without meeting in person. Telemedicine has the potential to address various healthcare service issues and revolutionize the healthcare delivery process for the Indonesian society. In this workshop, the distinguished experts and speakers from the Integrated Emergency Medical Service in France, called SAMU, or Service d'Aide Médicale Urgente, and telemedicine support providers from AMA France will present about the development of telemedicine services, particularly in the field of emergency medicine in France and its overseas territories. It is expected that participants will be able to learn and understand the role of military medicine in developing telemedicine-based healthcare services, both in daily practice and in emergency cases. And through this workshop, hopefully, the military doctors graduate from the Republic of Indonesia Defense University will solve the healthcare services challenges in the remote and outer area of Indonesia by developing them in those areas and expanding the scope of healthcare services by developing telemedicine services at their assigned location. Distinguished audience, I am optimistic that we can all obtain the benefit from today's expert lectures and workshop about telemedicine in emergency setting. I extend my gratitude to the speakers who generously share their knowledge and experiences, as well as to all the invitees and participants have a fruitful lectures and lively workshop. I would also like to express my appreciation to the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine and Health Science of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University and the entire organizing committee for preparing this event. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, today, Monday, 15 May 2023 at 10:55, I declare that the fifth expert lecture series and workshop about telemedicine in emergency setting is officially open. Thank you. Salam Bela Negara. Bogor, 15 May 2023. Rector of the Republic of Indonesia Defense University, Professor Dr. Amarullah Octavian MSc, Vice Admiral, Indonesian Navy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Major General Roum Kawasan for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness the handover ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding. The first certificate will be between the Republic of Indonesia Defense University and University de Guyana. The second certificate is between the Republic of Indonesia Defense University and AFIMU. To First Marshal Dr. Wawan Mulyawan, Neuro Specialist Surgeon, Aviation Medicine Specialist. Please step forward.
Yeah, terus udah. So, for Pujo, the signing of the MOU already signed by the rector of University of Guyana and also by the rector of Republic Indonesia Defense University this morning. And now, as a ceremony, I handling this MOU to you as the representative from the University de Guyana. Much. And the second certificate of memorandum of understanding is between Republic of Indonesia Defense University and the Association of Indonesia France Emergency Medicine Partnership. So I will handle this certificate to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now conduct a photo session. To all attendees, you may rise from your seat. And to all online attendees, please turn on your camera.
For the foreign guests, I would like to inform that we have a saying here, which is Salam Bela Negara. So it's our way of expressing our nationalism and willingness to defend our nation. So when someone says Salam Bela Negara, you can respond by lifting your hand like this and saying Salam Bela Negara.
Thank you so much. You may return to your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the main event. Today, we will listen to 4 experts from Samuel Ama France who will share their insights on telemedicine. It is to be noted to the participants that each session lasts 30 minutes and the Q&A session for all lectures will be held after the last lecture. Without further ado, let us welcome our first speaker, Professor Dr. John Makuyo from CHC Cayenne, SAMU Emergency Medicine, who will give us a training program presentation. First of all, allow me to read the curriculum vitae of our speaker. Jean Makuyo, born on March 20th, 1966. He is currently the Professor of Emergency Medicine, West Indies and French Guiana University. He is the head of the Emergency Department de Cayenne, a technical advisor to ARS Guyane, in charge of the Emergency Network and Medivac organization. He is also the co-owner of Midi and Moore Corporation, specialized in HSE software production. Honorary awards that he has received include the Testimony of Satisfaction with the Order of the Paratrooper Division, the Testimony of Satisfaction with the Order of the Minister of Defense, the National Defense Medal, the French Commemorative Medal ex-Yugoslavia, the NATO Medal ex-Yugoslavia, nor Article 5, and the Medal of Voluntary Military Services. Thus, our first speaker's curriculum vitae, and now to Professor Jean-Marc Bouillot, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm really happy to be here in front of you today for 2 reasons. First, as you know, I'm a former paratrooper in the French army, so I'm really sensitive to all which concern the army and the activities around, and I know well the medicine in the battlefield. Okay. Then secondly, I'm a professor of emergency medicine. This is a part of your future job, and as you know, you will perform out of the hospital. And you may know that there is 2 different concepts in the world. The first concept is the English concept is scoop and run. So you take the patient and you run away, okay, until you reach the hospital and the health facilities. Okay, and we have a different concept in France, is what we call a stay and play, because often in some circumstances, mainly medical circumstances, it's better to stay and take care of the patient before and stabilize the patient before going to the hospital. Okay, many studies are prove that this concept is better. Okay, if you want to compare for the cardiac arrest, for example, it's 2 times more chance to survive with the French concept. Okay, and less of neurological sequelae 2 times. Okay, compared to the English system. Of course, the truth is always in the middle. In some circumstances, like you have a polytrauma and you need a surgery, you have to run away. Okay, but the most important is bring the better skill on site and take care of the patient as soon as possible. As soon as possible. So in France, we have a really whole tradition and out of hospital medicine, and we developed this concept, and this concept spread in Europe, in Africa, and different continents now. And the medicine is really evolving. We have big technology, emergency doctor in France. Someone is sleeping. Emergency in France, it's a really large panel of skills, okay, like anesthesiology, some surgery, some cardiology, many things, even radiodiagnostic, ultrasound practice, okay. And a part of that, really important, a part of that is the use of the telemedicine. We develop it for the medical regulation, but also for having expert advice when you are alone in a remote area. Okay, so this workshop is really important, and with the AMA company, we will show you how we use it daily in our services that we call SAMU. Okay, so I hope you will have a great day and we learn a lot of things. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor John Puyo, for the training program presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the first and second lecture by the topic of telemedicine contribution in emergency and out-of-hospital emergency organization in France, France Emergency Medical Service System and Regulation by Professor Dr. Jean-Marc Puyo. To Professor Dr. Jean-Marc Puyo, the stage is yours.
And Dr. Ronald Kasuranagara.
And to Dr. Ronald Kasuranagara, the stage is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the chance for me to be here, to share with you all, and thank you for Dr. Wawan, for Marshall, and for the Dean and the Rector of the University of Defense Indonesia. And I'm very glad, and also to Andrian, for organize this event, this workshop, yeah, and all the friends here and all the participants, all my friends, young friends. Thank you. That's a good time for me that I can share with you all about the emergency medicine experience, especially in Indonesia, and during my task, my assignment in Indonesia, especially in emergency field practitioner. Okay. I think as already read my experience there, I was also retired from early retirement from Indonesian Air Force before, yeah, and then I joined the medical provider like SOS, and I was assigned for the field medical doctor. Yeah. Now I am assigned to present about the contribution of telemedicine in emergency system in management. Actually, this based on the Prof. Pujo experience and presentation. Please, can you? Okay. As we know that the terms of the terminology of telemedicine is is a healing from distance, and also as a WHO, it's a remote delivery of healthcare service, and that after is a common type that with teleconsultations and also teleassistance and everything in all on about medical, especially during the pandemic COVID since the last 3 years. Yeah, it's very we are get used to use the telemedicine. Yeah, Okay, next please. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide, please. This is the history. Maybe Doctor. This, yeah. Peter, with this. Yeah, this is the history about the telemedicine. Sorry, seems that I can go far. I go back to this. Yeah. Okay. This is the telemedicine starting from long time ago. Yeah, at St. Louis, is for the maritime medical consultation for the whole worldwide. Yeah. As we experienced also before during the assignment in the rig offshore, we use telemedicine as well, but it's very simple communication using the telephone, standard telephone, and using the telex. Yeah, when we report patient from the rig offshore, it's take a long time. Yeah. Okay, next please. This is also the contribution of telemedicine in intensive care unit. Also at its role, especially in the procedures in the ICU and also in the regulation and also in medivac, yeah, and also in disaster. There's a lot of contribution and the importance of the telemedicine role in the medical activity. Yeah. Maybe Professor can by his own experience using this kind of technology. Next, please. This also consultations from far, handling the patient with the handling the casualty, the pediatric case, and also during the operation. Yeah, next please. Oh, okay. 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 Ini juga this also is important during for the students and study as a consultation from far. Yeah. This is the art journal is from Joe about the telemedicine France Guyana, especially in emergency care. So this yeah, maybe Professor can as long as we have a connection with the internet or the medical communication call system, so we can do the telemedicine consultation, telemedicine program with this. Yeah, even we use in the airplane. So this is how do we use telemedicine in emergency practices? There's many uses in emergency medicine. There's more precise assessment of when patient assessment the patient in emergency situation, and also during the medical video conference support for the colleagues or the doctors working in the remote areas, and also in the collaborative care for colleagues during the emergency procedures, during the procedures in emergency situations. Also in disaster situation is very useful, very contributing. We can have a permanent visual contact, and also you see the real situation condition of the disaster, of the casualty condition and the disaster situation. Yeah, and also it's very also helpful when we use drone. Yeah. In training like this, also when other training for practical things, that it's very good, very useful of the telemedicine system. Also distance from learning from the distance. Yeah. Okay. This is sample during oxy-COVID in Guyana, yeah. Yeah, I think we cannot hear the voice. Okay, we can hear the voice. The audio can be turned on. But anywhere that's all the regulation, the command center can give some suggestions and give some advice for the colleague or
Eh bien, surtout ça prédisonne au matin. Après, pour le Lovenox, tu t'arranges comme tu veux. Monsieur Asselos, n'hésitez pas à prendre le Doliprane s'il y a des sensations de fièvre, s'il y a des douleurs.
okay. This is also for the long flight medivac, yeah. When tamu team doing the medivac for with the incubator for the baby, newborn baby, and then using this one. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Can we move before previous slide? I want to show you the video taken during the flight. Yeah, the medivac. The doctor, the escort doctor, wearing like a camera on their head, using they can also can be seen from the specialist doctor from the from France or from big cities and from the consultation. Can you start from the beginning again? And I can move forward. Start from the beginning. Oh. Oh. Can you back again? Back again? Yeah, this one. We can start from this. Can you push? Can you click on the video the picture?
Ça prédisonne au matin.
Okay.
And this program is
Après, pour le Lovenox, tu t'arranges comme tu veux.
Oxy-COVID. It was implemented to monitor. Many people came to the hospital and we didn't have place enough for whole patient. So we implemented a specific program in order to monitor at distance, at home, oxygen dependent patient. Okay, it was really easy for us, and we save a lot of hospital bed using that kind of program. See, one of the use of the telemedicine. Okay, and we use daily that kind of device because Guyana, it's a really remote area in France. It's in South America, and often we have to medevac people to the main France or in different islands because we don't have all the facilities. Okay, and if we have some concern, is newborn, so sometimes it's really difficult, and we have to medevac a really serious patient only. Okay, and through this kind of device, we can monitor and have expert advice during all the flight. Imagine that we have to medevac people for at least 12 hours. 12 hours, okay? And when you are alone with a small equipment, you are really happy to have a second opinion in case of problem, okay? And this is our pediatrician using the system and in permanent contact with the base, okay? We call with the call center our base of regulation. Okay, I don't know where we are. Second. Next one, maybe. This is specific training we implemented in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so at distance, you can use the system for education program. Okay, so now you see that's people in Saudi. Okay, and at distance we were performing the education program. It's a second another way to use the telemedicine. Just to explain to you that it's a really powerful feature. Okay, if you want to have a really large panel of possibilities. So I don't know, this one is yours. Is yours, and this is in a military plane. Long military plane. Often we are collaborating with the French army. When we have a lot of patients, you know, in commercial flight, you can only medevac 1 or 2 people only, okay? And if we have a lot of patients, a serious patient, and we have to really rush, we use military means, okay? And it's a great collaboration, and it's same. We can use the telemedicine system for using its all patient is only resistant patient. So the quality of the video is not really right. Just to explain to you, French Army plane. Okay. Then, okay, your turn.
This is greetings from our friends, from our brothers from Papua. So when you come to Papua and they will take you by helicopter, candidate for Papuan helicopter pilot. No, just for kidding. So welcome to Papua. Okay, that's for a glance for the contribution of telemedicine in emergency situation or emergency conditions. Yeah. Now we can move with the second presentations. We will talk about the auto hospital emergency system in France. Well, actually, it is from June, but I will explain at the beginning, and Prof. maybe can share a little bit more later. Auto hospital regulation in France, emergency system in France. Yes. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, actually, this is from Prof. presentations that I will present. You or me? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we start there. Emergency medicine is in France. It's a long journey. It's since a long time ago. Maybe Prof.
Okay. Which one? Okay. Okay. Just as I told you before, it's a whole tradition we have in emergency medicine. Okay, because it's the first doctor in the battlefield. It was Napoleon era. Or Napoleon. You know Napoleon? Maybe you know. So it's a long story. And this guy. He invented the concept, the French concept of going outside to pick the patient. Often he told me, I'm bored to receive patient dying at the door, so I rather go on site, pick the patient, stabilize the patient, then after bring the patient to the hospital. Okay, and the name is Prof. Larenc. Oh, okay. Well, not interesting for you. So in France, we have call centers. When you have an emergency issue, okay, it's only one number, 15, and for a region, all the call will come at the same call center. And after the role of this call center, it's organized and send the accurate means according to your medical status. Okay. And so we are intervening outside and inside of the hospital. We have emergency department, and the part of our job is pick the patient on site. Pick the patient on site. Okay, so it means that after the common education program for doctors, you need to spend 4 more years in order to become an emergency doctors. Okay, and as I told you before, a lot of this require a lot of skills. You're not a perfect guy, okay? You're not the big specialist of this discipline, this specialty or this specialty, but you know to do a large panel of things, from surgery to anesthesiology to infectiology to cardiology, pneumology, all. We cover all, okay? And you have to wait. So when we have a patient, you call 15, okay? Then after we manage all the means, our whole means from SAMU, but we are using also private ambulance. We are using firefighter means. We are controlling all the system at a regional level, okay? Then after that, patients are sent to the emergency department, or if they have really serious cases, we can make a direct transfer to ICU or resuscitation unit. Okay, that's the different means we have on the road. That's it in French Guiana. Okay, we operate something like 800 rescue by chopper yearly. Okay, because you have to imagine that Guyana is big like Portugal. Maybe you know Portugal. Okay, it's 20% of the main territory in France. So it's a really large, really big country. Okay, and compared to Indonesia, we have same difficulties. Okay, because the access to the care is really difficult. It's really difficult, and it's a loss of chance. Okay, so we have to imagine some system to fight that kind of loss, and it's using a lot of means to pick people in remote area, in forest area, in order to give them the most of chance. Okay. So that's one of our teams. And there's a chauffeur we use, myself. That's a security. It's a firefighter helicopter we have. Okay, this is in French Army airplane. We can transport maximum 6 people by plane, by trip. And that's it. Enough. Okay. That's same. You put all. This is what we use. As it's really expensive. Okay. You cannot use all the time private plane. We use a commercial flight, and we used to transport patient to different to West India Island or main France. So as I told you, it can take from 8 to 16 hours for the whole care. So it means that you have to be fully autonomous. You have to get the right and use the right equipment. You have to calculate the quantity of oxygen you have to bring, because if you're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and you don't have any oxygen, it's quite complicated. And you have to be able to handle all the emergency, including the cardiac arrest in the flight. And you see, it's a really narrow place. Okay, it's really difficult. So it means that you have to prepare. It's the same case for you if you have to transport really severe patient from the remote side to battlefield. You have to be really prepare and stabilize your patient and be able to be sure that when you will have to transport someone, okay, you will not have to do anything or fully, of course. Okay. I don't know. Part missing. I don't know what is it. Oh, 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 wait. Something wrong? What is that? Sorry, can huh? Ah. And then how I can go back? Where how I can go back? Could you go back? Back? Again? Yes. No. Something should appear normally. Myself, not really interesting. Let's see. Yes. Huh? Will we skip it? We skip it? There something wrong. It was I was thinking about few minutes ago, and two different system. And as I told you, the true in the middle. The French is not perfect. The English system is not perfect, and it's your job on the field to assess the patient and decide if you want to play on site, okay, and stabilize the patient, or run away, okay, run really quickly. That if you have a surgery issue like a spleen fracture or something like that, it's impossible to do anything when you are on field, so you have to run away. Okay. Remind you, you know Lady Di? You know that? She died. You know that? You know Lady Di? Famous. Okay. So she died. She had an accident in Paris, and she died. She died from 400 meter distance to the hospital, because the guy decided by decision to play instead of running. Okay, so that's your job, and as military, that's your job, and as military doctor, it's a decision we take you will take really often. Okay, and each situation is unique, and it's your job to be sufficiently autonomous and skilled, okay, to be able to do all the things on the field if necessary. So the decision will depend, as I told you, on the pathology and the equipment, the support we have. We are really well equipped in France. Okay, we have all the means, ventilators, drugs, all you need is there. Depend of your experience, because emergency medicine is mainly experience. Okay, because it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. You need to take the right decision at the right time. Okay, that's the most important. Okay, and you need to know what is the access time to the adequate technical environment. Of course, if you're far away, even though you have a surgery emergency, you don't have the means or the adequate access to the most accurate environment. You will have to manage your patient in bad condition, but it's better than do nothing. Okay, so it means that when you are practicing the medicine after the hospital, you have to be super skilled. You have to be able to do all the things. And in my view, a military doctor, when you're on battlefield, you will see later, maybe, okay, you have the responsibility, to be a really, really good doctor. A really good doctor. Okay. Not working. Okay. It's quite strange, huh? Quite strange. No, I don't want to skip it. That's to explain to you why we are collaborating with Indonesia and why we start this collaboration two years ago now, and what we are discussing together and what we are implementing common education program in emergency medicine is because we have some concern. Okay? We have remote place, okay? And we have some concern to manage the time between the place where is the patient and the health facility, okay? We have a limited technical environment on site. We need to have professional, high-skilled professional on site. So it's a specialty for long now in France, okay? And you don't have yet this specialty in Indonesia. Even so, you have different skill. You don't have this specialty. And I know that some faculties, some universities are working on that to create the new specialty. Okay. And you need to acquire specific practice and skill. Okay, as I told you, you need to manage a ventilator, you need to manage anesthesiology, you need to manage cardiac drugs, you need to manage the ultrasound, because now ultrasound is the core of the diagnosis equipment in emergency medicine. Okay, and you have to be able to be involved in a great network of experts in case of need, because we are more clever when we are together than alone. in general, okay. And if you have some concern and you're not able to take the right decision at the right moment, you have to be supported by an expert like a neurosurgeon if you don't know how to do something. Okay, if you have a brain bleeding and you need to perform one really important surgery, and you're alone on the site, you don't know how to do, and you need some help. Okay, so that's the philosophy. The one who can do the most can do the least. It means that even though you will not use all your skill on site, you must be able to do all for the patient, okay? The rest is not interesting. It's about our specific education program. So after the common education, you have 4 years more in order to become emergency doctor. So means for us 12 years studies. 12 years studies before being autonomous, before having the right to practice the emergency medicine. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Pujo. I hope everybody can hear the voice, even though it's from behind, far from behind. Okay, do you still have a time for it before lunch? Okay,
Yes, sir.
how many? How much? How many minutes? How many hours? 20 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, maybe you can show the presentation of emergency preparedness or emergency care in Indonesia. Yes, emergency system from France is quite the same in Indonesia. What we have been doing in Indonesia for a few years, that we have been common practice what we do in field, especially in mining and oil and gas company. Yeah, I can share with you all. Okay, please. Just one while waiting. Yep. This I want to share with you that about the principle and practice of emergency care or emergency principle in Indonesia that we have we built for our own internal needs. Yeah. Everybody can understand my speech, or maybe we can speak a little bit gado-gado, melange. apa? Anglais, Francais, Indonesia? Pak problem? Oke, ya. Saya akan berpantun sedikit teman-teman. Siapa yang suka makan ikan sepat dan ikan gabus? Oke ya. Ikan sepat, ikan gabus, lebih cepat, lebih bagus kan? Oke, good. Oke, bagus. Next please. Oh, here. Ya, medical emergency response plan in every condition merupakan suatu alat, means alat untuk saving lives di tempat kerja at a workplace ya. Everywhere. This is we have to create the emergency response plan ya, especially for medical. Yes. Seperti Prophet says that one picture can say 1,000 words. So this time I want to show you pictures, not a lot of words. Yeah. Do you agree with it? Setuju? Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Indonesia is a prone natural disaster, earthquake, tsunami, everything, and also floods. Yeah. Also, we realize that Indonesia is a potential risk of the and hazard everywhere, and especially at the workplace, the potential risk of accident and emergency condition. Yeah, high possibility of severe injury, acute illness, and also major disaster may occur at any time, explosion, fire, gas leak, etc. And most operations are in remote, offshore, and swampy areas, and it's difficult to reach by the experts. Yeah, that's why with the presence of telemedicine, it can help us more to handle this condition. And besides, also there is also everywhere medical facilities also in limited condition, yeah, especially on the remote areas. Even though I work in the oil and gas company in Kalimantan or mining companies, it's difficult. It's very remote and takes time. And based on national data, that emergency case is caused by number one is by trauma or injury, and cardiac emergency is still still in the second position. Obstetric, gynecology, and also pediatrics, number 3 and number 4. Yeah, this for your info. The disaster type is there are 2 types of disaster: by natural, earthquake, tsunami, volcano eruption, flood, landslide, etc., and also can be caused by man-made disaster by industry, non-industrial, motor vehicle accidents, yeah, even social security and fire and everything, and also terrorism, etc. This is the hard risk hazard that we can face every time: earthquake, tsunami, volcano eruption, flood, landslide, yeah, and also fire everywhere, riots, terror and war, hazardous materials, traffic accidents, contagious disease, and epidemic. This the number 9 and 8. Number 9 is always like silent disaster. Yeah. By industrial disaster can produce fire, explosion, contamination, occasional accident, gas leak, social disturbance, and also crime, terror, and security is can be appear during in the site project. Yeah. Just introduction for you. This is my previous working at the oil and gas company, French oil and gas company in East Kalimantan. It's like quite like a resort there, but it's content of the condition of what's a lot of potential risk and hazard. Yeah, this is gas processing plant. Nobody there, but every twice a day, operator should go check in all the gas processing and all the metering of the is coming from the offshore, and then it is processing here, and it's also, we have to also cover for the tanker to export the oil and gas. Yeah. So potential problem can be caused by the industrial failure, transportation, poisoning, outbreak, and also pandemic, like we experienced in the last 2-3 years ago. Yeah. Okay, we can speak this. Yeah, this is also one of the potential risks for the blowout in the oil and gas production. Air transportation, one of the helicopter for crew change, the tailwater has trouble and should ditch on the sea. Yeah, this also there's a potential hazard or risk for the accident or emergency condition. Also, the speedboat in the Mahakam River is with the brownie water color. In some areas has still a lot of crocodile. That operators still using this to check for the GTS or the oil and gas well. Yeah. And also the tornado, the natural condition can also yeah, also it's a heavy vehicle accident on site, truck, you can get also the tractors and all the things. And also the life-threatening condition like acute illness, like does anybody have seen the ventricular fibrillation? No, this is the ventricular VF. This can be like this. Our heart should be pumping like this, right? Not febrile. Yeah, our should be pumping like can pump the blood to the whole, especially for the brain. But if there's something ventricular fibrillation, the heart rate is above 160, 180, like this. Yeah, and also there's a problem with the fall accident for fracture, burn, and amputation as well. Yeah, like this. We should be ready for this. Yeah. And also the anaphylactic shock due to cause of for the bee and the wasp, tawon dan lebah, ya. And the aim of the emergency preparedness on site and the field work for us is to prevent deaths, fatalities, and also to maintain chain of survival and avoid complication or mishandling. And by implementing emergency system procedures, personnel, skilled personnel, and equipment as well, and coordination, also, and continuous development and training. Like we do today, we do the training, right? Okay. This is, I think we can skip, yeah. This is the concept. The concept of pre-hospital emergency care, the time is the essence. The time is very critical. Do no further harm for the patient or the casualties, and emergency room brought to the patient, not the patient directly to the emergency room. It is like what Professor Pujo said, that we should do stabilize to the patient first, yeah. Not all the patient go to the hospital directly, the emergency room. And by doing that's why the speed finding the casualty is also very important. Yeah, we call it golden time, and speed medical help arrive also is very important. And quality of the medical aid, the skill, the competency of the medical aid, of the medical personnel. Yeah. This the common practice. What we have been doing is for the simple one, the AED put everywhere, especially in the airport, in the malls, and in the office. Yeah, that this is a common practice that we put all the emergency condition equipment in reaching the patient. Yeah, simple but very helpful to save life. And remember the chain of survival, even though this is the basic life support method. Yeah, remember this. Our aim is to keep the patient alive. Yeah, until the hospital, until get the advanced life support in the hospital. That's why we have to start. We have to activate immediately of the emergency system by calling and doing the life saving, the basic life support, and doing and also transferring the patient to the hospital. To keep the patient alive, staying alive. And remember the golden time? Yeah. This one. These two. Sorry. Can move. Previous slide. Yeah. Remember always the golden time. We have only to save life, saving life and still staying alive. Yeah. In the basic life support is we have 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Okay. So the targets for golden times for the MERP, medical emergency response plan, 5 minutes. We should do the basic life support, which is for doing the cardiac arrest. We do the CPR, RGP. Yeah. Does anyone here already get the first aid, basic first aid, doing the CPR? Already, okay, good. Yeah, and 10 minutes, the patient should already get the advanced life support. Yeah, and in 30 minutes should be defined whether it is to transfer medevac to the nearest hospital, the emergency room, and 1 or 2 hours already arrive in the emergency room hospital to get the advanced by the expert, like surgery, like cardiology, yeah, to keep the patient alive. Yeah, and don't forget, the right patient should go to the right hospital with the right specialist with the case, yeah, not only in the right time and with the right ambulance. Yeah, not the case for the pediatric case. You go to the trauma case, or I mean, of oxygen case. You consult with the surgeon case. Yeah, should be with the right patient, with the right hospital and the right specialist. Okay, this is our condition. We are in the pre-hospital phase, yeah, and the hospital phase in the right side. This is the concept of doing the pre-hospital emergency case. To get the patient alive, yeah. This is our role and position until the patient get to the hospital and get rehabilitated, can get back to work again. This already mentioned by Prof. Pujo. Critical decision, and it's very important and essential. We should decide and immediate to the hospital or not. Yeah. Scoop and run or stay and play. Yeah. Yeah. In this emergency condition, we have to think after we stabilize the patient, load and go or stay and play, resuscitation on scene. Sometimes we have to CPR or resuscitation on scene, yeah. And depends on the patient and casualty condition. Yeah. And also skill capability of medical first responder, the first person arriving on scene, and also the medical team competency and skill, yeah. And arrival, advanced life support on scene, and also last but not least, is it possible to do the evacuation, and by what? Yeah. This is the important resources for MERP and pre-hospital emergency care. We have to create or to make a system first, system procedures like SOP, yeah, and also we have to create the team personnel for medical and emergency response team, fire team, first aider or rescue team. And also medical equipment we have to provide for the emergency condition that should be ready at any time. And we have to create also the transportation means like ambulance, helicopters, or speedboat, depends on the case and the location of the emergency area. Also, we have to make a communication system. And last but not least, also management system support as well. Yeah. This is, I think we can skip this. This is training personnel resources. Yeah. We do should be regular to improve knowledge and skill. So also the skill for training for the field doctor, project doctor. This is what I did training in France last time. And we should provide the medical equipment for emergency.
My apologies, doctor. You have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes already passed. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we have to finish though? 3 minutes more, okay. Almost finished, thank you. Yeah, just want to show you that equipment that we have to provide, ventilators or the, yeah. This is the transportation means, sea, land, sea, air, and ambulance, yeah. We have to also create the mapping for the work operation location and for every sites and to send the patient. This is the block Mahakam last time, now become Pertamina Hulu Mahakam. It was belongs to Total, Total EP Indonesia. Yeah, our base operation in Balikpapan. These are sites and we call it Mahakam Delta, block Mahakam. Yeah, and we have to calculate the distance from one side, like Sisinubi on the offshore and Bekapa on the offshore, old platform. Also on the offshore, on the onshore is a side onshore. We have to calculate the distance. We go by road, by speedboat, or by helicopter. How many hours? How many minutes? This is the distance counting. Yeah, to the base in the big city in Balikpapan. There's a big city and big hospitals referral over there. This is a thing. Okay. This is emergency ambulance, should be ready anytime with all the equipment in there. Yeah, should be clean and also ready. This speedboat used for the offshore in the back, and this is the air ambulance. This is from Profujo, souvenir from Profujo from Cayenne. Yeah, Medivac from Cayenne by using military plane. Yeah. SAMU 973 team under coordinating Prof Pujo. Yeah, it's also using the telemedicine and using the USG. Yeah, this is a Sami ambulance, the Cayenne Hospital Guyana. Yeah, a lot of ambulance ready to transfer multi casualties, like multiple patient, also using the airplane. Yeah. Yeah. This is the patient, the babies, the adults. Yeah. Okay. Oke, thank you, terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Jean-Marc Puyo and Dr. Koswiranegara for the remarkable lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a round of applause to our speakers for the insightful presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next course of events, we will now take a lunch break from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. For our guests, there will be food and drinks served in our multi-purpose hall, which you will find across this theater. You may now all leave your seat to have the lunch break. Thank you. Mohon izin senior, mohon izin atasan untuk Kopral Kadet bisa meninggalkan auditorium untuk melaksanakan sumatif. Terima kasih. Mohon izin untuk Sersan Kadet dan Mayor Kadet, Isoma dilaksanakan sampai pukul 12.40. Setelah itu segera merapat kembali ke auditorium. Dan untuk peserta workshop bisa maju ke depan. Terima kasih.
Kami baru tahu kemungkinan siapa.
Panitia semuanya. Mohon izin atasan untuk seluruh panitia kuliah pakar telemedicine agar dapat segera merapat ke ruang ke sumber suara. Pengumuman diulangi diumumkan kepada seluruh panitia Kulpak Telemedicine agar dapat segera merapat ke ruang aula serbaguna sekarang juga. Sekian, terima kasih.
Tinggimu berapa? Oke, 18. Lagi apa ya? Jadi kalian bekerja sebagai dipanggil sebagai tim Indonesia dan
Rekan-rekan, untuk acara dimulai 1:30, jadi masih ada waktu. Terima kasih. Cek. Ya, berarti kan untuk kuliah pakar akan kita mulai pukul 1:15. Jadi silakan bagi rekan-rekan yang belum melaksanakan makan dan ibadah bisa melaksanakan terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi diulangi, kuliah pakar akan dilaksanakan pada pukul 13:15. Terima kasih. On va faire un peu de démo. On va faire un mix des deux. On va faire un peu des- On va voir. Ah oui, d'accord. Je sais pas quel c'est un peu travaillé. Et c'était,
15 menit lagi.
Mohon izin Mayor, mohon izin atasan dan sersan untuk acara dilanjut 15 menit lagi. Jadi mungkin bisa dibantu untuk rekan-rekannya yang masih di luar auditorium agar bisa segera kembali. Terima kasih. Berarti ini terakhir. Ya capek. Jadi begini, kan kita yang tiga ini demo sama ngajar di sini. Habis itu coffee break, habis itu simulation alias workshop. Nggak ada perkuliahan yang sama lagi. Langsung simulation workshop di luar. Maka di luar, ini dulu. Ini terakhir lah. Dan waktu. Sorry nih, kemarin pakai terus uang. Ya, berapa? 200. 200 seginya? 200 lagi. Siapa lagi? Kayaknya ada uang lu juga dipakai Kira. 2 minggu. Nggak tahu, Kira yuk. Coba tanya Kira dulu. Enggak, pokoknya ini kan kita langsung dulu coffee break. Kita langsung simulation. Oh, ini sampai ini. Terus kita udah nggak usah lakukan final ya. Okay. Hanya berarti tahun ini and industry. The one million. Oh iya tuh, oh pasti nih. Apa ya? Time here. Oh, habis demo, coffee break langsung menyesuaikan ide mungkin. Ya, habis itu langsung kita balik ke sini Q&A.
MC. Ya, yang penting fokus pertama kita demo, habis itu coffee break, Q&A, habis.
Try a bit the system, and we will do some simulation with Dr. Renaud. And thanks again for all the organization on that. So first, I think what we will do is we can just send we will launch a quick video just to show you what we do in AMA for healthcare. And we'll take the time after to speak use case and to give you some example from the human health to the animal health, because telemedicine is not only for human. So thanks a lot. As you can see, we are in a lot of use case in telemedicine, starting from emergency. We will speak about emergency, of course, but you will see that we are also in teleproctoring for surgery, for example. One thing is AMA, a quick presentation. We are providing, and we are software developers, which means that we are a company who is doing software and develop software for healthcare and industry. We started in healthcare in 2016, is the beginning of the story as well with emergency, because we bring the technology of remote assistance, which is video conference joined with an ecosystem of feature, like taking a picture, taking the control of the smartphone or the device which is on the field. The idea is really to interact between people. When you start to develop a solution like expertise, and you are in medical, you need to adapt your solution. And working with emergency and first responder was something which was key for us, because emergency and first responder invented the telemedicine 75 years ago. And when you look at what they did since 75 years, only with the voice, and how many people they helped during 75 years, it was a pleasure to have the confidence of this corporation to work and to have a new product which allowed them to have on top of the voice the video. Video, the advantage is you are more, you have the concept and it's more factual than only voice and people who are speaking, and especially in emergency. As you can see, we started in French Guiana, for example, with some use case that you already saw with Professor Pouillot 5 minutes ago, before the lunch, sorry. The idea, it was to have a lot of use case, and especially the idea is to have a better view and a better understanding of the situation. When we started with emergency and with this solution, we started with a device which is smart glasses. The idea of the smart glasses is to be able to interact with people with your hands free. So you will see in 5 minutes, we will do a workshop after together, and we already have 15 students who will be involved in this case. We will be able to try and to use this technology, which is interesting, link to a platform like we develop on the software part. Now, when we started to work, it's true that we came with the technology of smart glasses, but quickly we arrive in a situation where the emergency and first responder and the call center will be happy to have the view of the situation in any use case, which means that they were happy to use for paramedics and for young doctor technology like smart glasses, but you need to be equipped. Today, we have 17 billion smartphones on the field. And this is something which we can be really helpful for us, especially because before, when you were calling an emergency or a call center, you were not doing it from your smartphone. Now, since 20 years, you're able to have the voice. And thanks to smartphone, now we can have, because they are more and more powerful, we have the advantage and we can now add the video on top of the voice. Now we will do a demo, as I'm going to do now with Unhan. This is the first product, and this is coming from triage, is what we do, how many people we send, what we can do, what is the situation exactly. Can we send an helicopter? Can we, do we need to have 1, 2, 3 ambulance? And the best way to have that is to have a clear view and factual view. So what we did is we developed a solution which can be used in any call center in the world, and can send in 2 clicks an SMS, and we will do the demo now with Unhan, and it's allowed you to take the control of the smartphone securely, because this is something which is very important, is we don't keep any data. We secure the data, they are fully encrypted, which means that we can work worldwide and we are compliant with all the health data security. Unhan, what I suggest is to do a first product, and then after we will show you all the other products that we can demonstrate. Okay, so this is interface. So we are on live. The idea is to do a direct, so hope everything will be fine. Here you have an interface which is quite simple compared to the other conferencing solution, because the idea is not to reinvent the wheel and something which is already happened and exist. And here you can see we will just put an SMS, so we can be on interface with any software on regulation, which is something which is very important, because on regulation and call center, you have a lot of software already. So it's very important to be able to have an integration into the ecosystem with just one button, and then you can click and you can interface with the ecosystem. So I think, Unhan, you're going to invite Dr. Andrian, but he's not there, I think. You want to invite Dr. Renaud? So how it's work? Today, when you have a problem, everyone on the field here, most of you have a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, it's more difficult, but you can do it from your computer as well. The idea is you don't change the workflow, okay? And that is something which is very important as well, is to be a doctor is more than 10 years. So you don't change the protocol only because you have a new software. So what we did is we do exactly, and we respect the needs of the doctor. So someone in the field, anyone, called the 119 or 15 in France, but I think it's 119 here. and someone is going to take the call, and then you have a doctor. As you know, for medical reason, we record all the communication. And this is something that we don't need to touch. And we have to be really careful when we develop a solution not to touch the ecosystem which already exists. So what we develop is a solution where you can just have the view. And this is the most important because the voice stays on the normal line, on the normal process. And the person who is at the call center, if he wishes to have the video and if he wishes to have a better view and a better understanding of the situation, and what he will do, he will send an SMS. So what we are doing now is we are just sending the SMS directly. No, it can't be the platform. Okay, so what we did is we just sent an SMS. So we just took the number of Dr. Andrian. He has nothing to install. It will work with his browser, which means that everyone can call. It can be a foreign people, it can be a tourist, it can be whatever you want. Someone is calling the line and is going to receive. So on his smartphone, he just receives an SMS. He just click on the SMS on the link, and we will take directly the control of his smartphone. Here we are. So it's on 2 clicks. You have nothing to do. The idea is to take the control and to have the view. So imagine that Dr. Andrian is a witness or is the one who have an accident. He calls the call center. Instead of explaining during 2 hours what's going on and is on a situation of emergency, imagine the situation. He can have a clear and factual view. Okay, this is red carpet. We have 3 people. Here we are. If he wants to have a view of what's going on, if it's a car crash or whatever. It's something which is very easy to deploy. It's going on call center, and that gives you the first view of the situation. Okay? We have a lot of medical study now on that. The last one which is coming is from especially from pediatric for young people, and it's very, very useful for young people, especially when parents are arguing everywhere on the phone because there is something in stress. It's much more easier for them to understand the situation. So this solution today, this is where we have the more usage, and a lot and more SAMU are using it today, and also what we call 18 in France. They are the people who are. So we have different features on this video. We don't have only the video. We have one is the here you have a zoom. So if you want to zoom on a situation, we can. So Unhan from his side will take a zoom. He can take a picture. So we keep the video on the right and we take a picture. The advantage of the picture is if you have in the middle of the sea or the network is not very good and not stabilized, the advantage of the picture, it will be one shot and it will be a 5 megapixel. So even the video was a bit laggy. Okay, there was some problem from frame per second. You can see that the quality of the image is really, really good. You can, on the different feature, and it will be the same for all the products I will present after, you can draw on the picture, you can zoom on the picture, you can send some document, some protocol, as you can see. And it's from both sides. So you, doctor, if you draw on it, if you can draw, you can draw on your screen, Okay. You can see it's live as well, which means that it's very important to be able to interact on people. So if you show a place or you show something, it's important to be able to exactly doing the same on voice face. Okay. You can just send a document. We can on this document as well explain things. So if it's a protocol which is already well known, if you have a cardiac problem, you can explain through a draw or through a protocol which is already done, and you can see that it's a diaphragm, so it's working well. If you are coming to the video, we have different options to show. The first option is the zoom. So if you have a problem, you can control from the call center the zoom of the smartphone. Okay. That's avoid, you can change the camera as well, because when you are in emergency, sometimes you are not allowed to take a decision and you are not technical person. So this is something which is important. You can guide, which means that you have a cursor on the video to guide the people. Okay. And if you come back to the feature, Yuan, on the system, you can change the camera. You can have geolocalization, which is very important, especially on emergency. It's avoid if someone have an accident, if he doesn't know where he is. As you can see, Yuan send a link. You just need to accept on the smartphone and you will see the geolocalization. So we know exactly where the patient is, which is very useful when you are in a forest or you're in a zone where it's not covered by, okay? You are in the right place or? Okay, you are lucky. All right. So this is the first product. So this product, all the features that you just saw, you will saw it on the workshop, but it's exactly what we developed. And all those features were asked by the doctor to have some help when they are doing an emergency and as a first responder, and they answer a call on the call center. So that's what we are doing in Guyana. This is what we are doing in 30% of the SAMU in France and 40% of the firemen as well. So it's a product which covers more than 50% of the population of France today. And we have roughly between 5 and 6 hours per SAMU of call per day, sorry, which means that it starts to be more and more used. When you implement a solution like that, it's changing a lot the protocol as well and the process. So it's taking time because the doctor who today are doctor, just for your, just as a comeback, WhatsApp arrived 6 years ago. So when they started to be a young doctor, they didn't have WhatsApp at the beginning. So we are also in a generation which is growing with video. So when you are young, it's much more easier to use video because it's you were born with it or you are part of the generation which grow with video, but a lot of people started without video and all the process and all the training and all school were without video. So you need to work also with the doctors, with the end user to be sure that they adapt and they adapt their protocol. But at the same time, you need to have a strong product because they don't have time to lose. So you need to be easy. And this is something which is very helpful to work with Professor Pujol, for example, or other people from SAMU. Okay, I think there is a question at the end of the thing. So I think we will answer all your questions if you want. So this product, any smartphone, which is available on the market normally, iPhone, Android or whatever, is based on the browser, no application, 2 click, no voice. The voice is recorded on the normal answer server, and we just link and keep the video. As you can see, the benefit of this system is fully integrated in platform of emergency services, which means that you see there are 4, 5, 6 screens. So it's already a lot of information. It needs to be really easy to connect. So a lot of integration. We keep the voice recording on the communication center. Secure video, of course, we are always compliant with health data. And a dispatcher can better anticipate the arrival of patients. So it's really helpful to have this first view, quick view. Okay. As you know, after the SAMU is going to send an ambulance. This is what we do, for example, with the firefighter in France or the SAMU directly. And what we can do is we can send a second movie, perhaps. We can send the second one. So we can show you, it's another SAMU, it's in west of France, it's in Metropole. And they are using the solution since 6 years as well.
En tant que partenaire référentiel de l'Agence nationale de santé, des services de santé, accompagne différents organisations de santé et c'est deux sachant que à la plateforme même, qui est la plateforme régionale pour l'usage de télémédecine, l'intérêt de notre institution de c'est d'apporter l'information à la question des enjeux.
Okay, so here you can see that to start telemedicine, at the beginning it was quite difficult because there was no business model. It was really old-fashioned. Most of the time we were hospital to hospital, so there was a lot of trolley into the hospital, which can connect hospital. But what we started to do with AMA, we started to work 7 years ago, hospital town, which means the idea was really to keep the patient on the field, at home or where he is, and to bring the expertise of the doctor close to the patient and avoid to deplace and to send ambulance. So it was exactly what we started to do 7 years ago. And you can see that there is a lot of little details from politics to organization, to doctor, to end user, to paramedics. It's a lot of people who are involved in this kind of project of telemedicine. And this is something which is very interesting because you change human process and you make an evolution for your patient, but it's not something which is easy. So it's taking always a lot of time. We are speaking in this movie about smart glasses. It's true that we started from there, which means that you saw the first product who is there to be used on 16 billion smartphones worldwide. Now, on some case, for a first step, it's good. Now, when you need to interact, when you need to work between a doctor, a young doctor, between paramedics, and you need to do some treatment on the patients, it's important to be hands-free. And this is where this technology is coming. So you saw different model. You see the Google Glass. We started with 7 years ago. Now it's finished for Google Glass, but we have other partner and other device like RealWear, like MoziWear. You will test both of them today for the workshop. But it's also a technology which improve and start to be more and more efficient and especially strong to be used in even on catastrophe or disaster. It's a product which are really strong now. If you look at this, it's fireman, so they are using it as the same for SAMU. They can have a look of what's going on if a fire start or if something happen and they have a call. They are able they can be more precise on the assessment of the fire scene. So it's very useful for them. Faster and more efficient deployment of means, exactly what we said 5 minutes ago, but again, it's very important. And better guidance of witness to secure the area. It's true that sometimes as well, a witness can be really helpful at the beginning and for the first minute when there is an accident. So it's very easy for them to guide and to help a witness, for example, to have the right action. Now that we show you the first one, which is anyone who can call. The second one is equipped paramedics or young doctor, ambulance, and all the ecosystem of the emergency. After we go directly on operating room, surgery room. Which is another challenge because there we perhaps have less challenge of bandwidth, but we have a lot of problem, especially the light of the surgery room, which is very, very high. So when you do remote proctoring and teleproctoring between two surgeons, the quality and the number of views that you are able to display on the same time is very important. So we work during a long time with a lot of medtech and surgeon on that. We will show you the number 4. It's another telemedicine use case, and it's with the University of Rennes, this one. But we are working today from Japan to US, anywhere in the world, Vietnam, India, everywhere. with a lot of medtech like Medtronic, Corsim, Stryker in different use case. And the idea is really to be able to do teleproctoring.
Le besoin s'est fait ressentir essentiellement pendant la crise du Covid et des confinements. Les relations avec les logiciels étaient compliquées pour la sécurité sanitaire et génération également d'avoir un cadre opérateur sanitaire pendant l'intervention, la caméra, elle n'est pas dans le champ de vision du coroner, donc c'est assez agréable. C'est vraiment une grande beaucoup, mais qui est posée de telle manière que ce n'est pas la visualisation et manque la localisation de la culture. Je sais que nous devons tester en d'autres, c'est gênant pour le développer opéra. Alors, typiquement, sur une procédure qui est dans le prothèse aortique, on peut avoir besoin d'une aide technique au moment d'un point plus sur l'intervention, au moment du largage, ce précis sur la zone de largage, le but c'est de réduire un intervalle de développement. Ça permet d'avoir permanence sur le déroulé opératoire et il est capable de confirmer que la zone où on va implanter le dispositif est correcte. Donc, ça lui permet non seulement de voir exactement ce qu'on est en train de faire, et surtout, moi, si j'ai besoin d'avoir des précisions, grâce à l'écran de retour, en fait, il peut me montrer certaines choses sur l'image, ils vont m'alerter, ou des repères de groupement que je me demande sur le dispositif lui-même. Donc, c'est vraiment très utile. Ça permet également d'échanger sur la stratégie opératoire. Donc, c'est vraiment d'avoir une communication plus loin. Pour proposer à nos clients des solutions innovantes. On réalise un vrai travail de développement en collaboration avec le secteur et les pour développer des solutions innovantes qui répondent nous avons défini notre travail de support directement au développement, mais nous pourrons aussi proposer aux services de services de création comme si toute la organisation et la sécurité des étudiants. Déjà, ce soir, c'est de pouvoir rencontrer les étudiants qui vont faire rapport, pas la décision du chirurgien. C'est assez compliqué, finalement, avec le chirurgien qui est capable d'avoir le chemin de décision. Et donc, ça permet aussi de bien voir que le chirurgien est en train de le faire. Ça permet aussi l'interaction des étudiants avec le chirurgien. Et donc, de pouvoir poser des questions pour avoir une déroulée opératoire. Donc, une grande question peut-être, que je dois faire aussi bien pour des étudiants néophytes dans la formation, des chirurgiens qui sont déjà expérimentés, qui ont une pratique et qui veulent se mettre à niveau avec la formation.
So here we are. So sorry, I think everything is translated in English. So sorry, it's French, but we did it everything in English. So no, it's important. So this is something which start to grow more and more. It took us a lot of time as well to have the right feature and also to be able to monitorize and to guide all the video stream remotely. But today I think we are ready. And we have more and more surgeons today who are using it worldwide. So this is another part of teleproctoring. So it's teleproctoring, this one. Here we are. We have another use case after. It's, if I change, it's me, sorry. I can't change. You can see a live of this is with Corsim. It's teleproctoring, and you can see. So this is the view with a smart glass. You can see, and you will have internal view with the endoscopy, and you have the global view with a small camera. So today we won't do internal view with, and it's for heart surgery. It's with Corsim, and it's between Belgium and Italy. So you can see, and it's something which is good, is everyone in the surgery room, operating nurse and everyone student can see all hands and what he's doing with his hands. And then you can see two different views on the right, and we can change the view, which is central. And then you go inside. And as you can see, we start to have more and more good quality. We are close to 4K. And we take all the information from the cilioscopy column directly. Okay, so this is the proctoring. You had two things. You have a liver one first, and with Mr. Dr. Kapi, and now we have NHS. It's in England more and more, and especially with COVID, we can have less and less people in the hospital. So they are using it more and more to use this kind of solution. It was to reduce foot traffic in the operating room, which is key today to train well the student now to have the best quality, and a good quality of exchange is very important. Lower risk of inspection, of course, which start to be more and more problematic, especially with COVID. The idea is really to connect with the operating room. Even you have a little group of 5-10 people. We will do it just after during the workshop. We will be outside. We will do a simulation with Dr. Renaud, and then you will be there and you can see directly what's going on the exercise, just on the simulation, just stop the door. So here is the use case with NHS, which is not surgery, but is also part of proctoring. Telemonitoring, it's another telemedicine. This is for chronic wounds. This is done by Dr. Mukizi Mukaza. He is a trauma surgeon orthopedic, and he's having a clinic in Congo, in Africa. And he's in French Isle because he's in Guadeloupe, so it's close to Guyana. So every day he's doing between 5 and 10 telemedicine supervision with his team in his private clinic. And he can have something interesting we will show you after is microscope, dermatoscope. So it's also camera as well, which can be really useful for dermatology. And this is a use case of telemedicine, which we start to be more and more on chronic wounds. So all the diseases like that, which are really, really uncomfortable for patients. Here we are in algology. So it's more for pain therapy, let's say. It's more treatment of chronic pain. And it's something that we start to be as I told you, more and more. And it's really important for the patient because he doesn't need to move and he's having a regular communication and teleconsultation with his specialist. Teleconsultation, here is a French one, it's gynecology as well. Also, sometimes we just need to have a quick telemedical call. We don't need to have a full visit. And this is something which is easy, and especially Dr. Moore is specialized in infertility treatment, and it's very hard to find the people who can give and offer all the embryo. So it's more difficult. So the idea is to be able to do a first consultation, not to lose those patients which are really helpful for infertility. I can show you a video, but for that we can do a demo. Normal demo.
Je suis médecin gynécologue à Rennes depuis presque 25 ans. Essentiellement, traitement des têtes. Le rôle initial des ensuite des patients jeunes qui doivent gazer sur le temps à la fois de la consultation et de alors, je n'utilise pas toutes les possibilités que la téléconsultation. Je n'utilise que avec des patients différents. Le minimum d'histoire, ce sont essentiellement des consultations de renouvellement de traitement, de suivi de traitement. Un des avantages qui apparaît de développer un projet de téléconsultation, c'est que ça va permettre de diminuer les contraintes pour les patients, de diminuer les pertes qui lâchent les traitements par le temps de consultation. Pour pouvoir faire une téléconsultation et respecter les règles, pour tenir une consultation, il faut également utiliser un système de vidéo de sécurité, la possibilité de facturation acquise officielle dématérialisée, comme l'administration de la dernière contrainte, c'est l'envoi des ordonnances. Vous pouvez utiliser un système aussi sécurisé, soit l'utilisation du DNP, ou bien la messagerie sécurisée d'enfants. Au contraire, vraiment, on va soulager les patients et l'équipe du temps passé au sport et de la lassitude chez les personnels. Plutôt une meilleure lien grâce à ce processus.
So it's another use case. As you can see, we are covering more and more, but it's important. Unfortunately, medicine is large, so you have a lot of use case, and you need to be able to cover from the easiest one to the most difficult one. Even emergency is part of the most difficult because you never know where you are and where you are going. So it's very important. So augmented room. So this is what we discussed. So I think we came back, can change, we're coming back. So this is what we discussed just 5 minutes ago. Home care, we're speaking about here chronic wounds. Here in US, we are in most of the Europe, we are covering more and more this use case, especially with smart glasses, because it's really help the nurse to interact with the doctor and the patient on the same time. And especially for the nurse, is something which is very interesting because they are really close to the doctor, and they have more and more consultation. It's less difficult than having the patient on the ambulance going to the hospital for 1 day. Is suffering less, and it's true that chronic wounds, which touch, I just know the numbers here in France, but in France it's 2 million people, so it's a lot of people who are suffering every day from this chronic wounds problematic and pathology, sorry, and it starts to be very interesting to equip nurse to help them to be trained as well on a regular basis. What we can see as well, and after we will do the demo with smart glass, I think, Unhan, it will be easier not to mix. It's telemedicine. It started with human, but we are more and more with medicine in animals. So perhaps you think it's strange, but you have to understand that with a lot of disease and a lot of problematic on the farm. So we are working with all pharmaceutical labs like Boehringer, Siva, all those big groups, because also veterinary vets are not allowed to go back to farm due to the situation of COVID and all those diseases. And pink flu, exactly. So all those problems start to be more and more tricky. And today, all the vet need to also have tele-expertise. So we are one of the first in this part because we develop and we work a lot for human and veterinary. We are working with them since 6 years as well. But it's not because it's animal that it's quicker. It's taking time as well to be adopted by the medical part. But you can see now that we are on an interesting use case, which are animal, and is as emergency very difficult because we are on place most of the time where there is no network. And when you do video conference, it's very hard when you don't have network or low bandwidth or bad network. So this use case is remote vet expertise, and I think we can launch a video, the last one.
Je m'appelle Sébastien Sier, je suis un chercheur à Hubungi pour les animaux physiquement parce que les prélèvements de l'université, mais chaque année, il y a 7 départements qui ont été que les animaux que les people à l'instant, c'est et si on avait fait ça, ça va faire que les 7 départements de l'économie Et on arrive à un total de tout le contenu utilisé. On a été à 95 heures de moyenne, ça fait pratiquement 400 heures passées dans la voiture, d'économiser pour les chercheurs, c'est quand même
Essaye voilà, de bouger pour avoir une nouvelle image.
C'est un ultrason, hein?
Essaye de monter des formes. Ouais, c'est pas mal. Écoute, là, je vois rien de particulier. Est-ce que tu peux passer une forme?
Another use case, so animal. As you can see, the ultrasound are the same that in a human part. Huh? So the problematic are still the same. It's a human body. It's not a human body, but it's an animal. Clearly, we start to have more and more people as well on this kind of use case, and it start to be part of the organization. And as you can see, there is some benefit, especially to have more time for problematic, which are just quick look or quick overview of the situation. Je peux pas passer. Yann, tu peux passer. Hein? So this is with a vet school. Now we are used as well in autopsy. Exactly the same use case for veterinary as well, but for human people as well. We start to have more and more especially for students, for training, for autopsy, for police as well, if they want to have an overview. So it's also a use case which is interesting to see, and you can see that they can discover and they can have the same view as a normal view when they are using our solution with a different camera and angle of camera that we are using. Wens Farm. So Wens Farm is a big group. Huh? They are always they are doing a lot of chicken. I think there is a lot of farm here in the country in Indonesia as well who is doing that. It's also a use case where you need telemedicine because they also have veterinaries. They also need to validate and to confirm some use case. They need to visit all the farm before going, and especially since the food traceability is more and more high. So this is why they are using the solution. So you see, we are coming exactly like a hospital and medical school. We start a university. We start for the university and then we are moving to the industry. And it's what we are doing every day with AMA, and we are using more and more. Here we are. So I think we will do a demo now of the solution with a smart glass, and after we can move to the workshop. I think there is no question right now because we keep it for the end, if I will remember the organization. So here we are. Yuan, you want to do a quick overview? Oh, you want to go direct on the workshop, Dr. Roum? We can. Huh? Up to you. Huh? Perhaps it's easier. Huh? We saw quickly the. Sorry? Yeah. Coffee break is good? Okay, as you wish. So we will have more time for the workshop, perhaps, and question. One question, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, with pleasure.
Langsung. For anyone who would like to ask a question to Mr. Thomas and Mr. Million, you can raise your hand. Anyone?
I don't know if we have some questions.
One question before we go on our coffee break. Okay, over there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ya, harus keluar dulu. You can come.
So greetings, Doctor. My name is Surgeon Cadet Morgan Andrew Citamasaragi, and I'm on my second year here. So I have a question. So my question is, we already talked about telemedicine. So my question is, because we are here, we will work at military health. So my question is, can telemedicine equipment have a big impact on military health ties? And then, because as we know, the average healthcare in the field of military health is care that is in an emergency, and the average is an intensive action. So it includes like a short term. So we have to do invasive action, and then can we make telemedicine equipment that has the function of being able to perform invasive action, like when we as military doctors have to operate on soldiers who have been shot. So that is my question, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, and it's very interesting. It's true that I did a presentation. We did a presentation which is more generalist. It was more to speak about telemedicine, but of course, when we start from this part of emergency, we are in front of all the problematic that you have in the field. The first one is bandwidth, so network. You can have the best products, the best software, the best platform, phone or smart glasses. If you don't have network, you won't connect. So the idea is close. So we work a lot on that with R&D and production on our side. So we are able to work with satellite, and this is why we work a lot on maritime with some maritime provider. Is because we are able to work on a low bandwidth. Even we need some bandwidth and we need a network. The idea is also to be able to connect with a small debit. Okay, so small network. 3G, 2G, we can go down to 120 kilobytes, which is very, very low. So we can reduce the number of frames per second. We reduce the quality of the video. We don't need a 4K in the field. What we need is to have a low latency between the voice and the video. Because if you have too much difference between the voice and what you are showing, it's impossible to continue a call. Okay. So we work a lot on that to adjust maximum into server side the quality of the video, even on low bandwidth. The second thing is we need to have something easy to set up. Today, in most of the operating room, when you arrive, you have a lot of devices, you have a camera, you have a 4K and high quality. But for what we are doing and what you expect is to have a quick view and to be helped by a surgeon, an expert or with more experience, and also to be able to see quickly the situation. And if we need to prepare a second part, you need to be ready as well. And this is why we are working with your devices or with some specific devices. But anyway, the idea is to be quick and quick to set up. And today you will see, we will have the 3 view with the video camera and the smart glasses and also a large camera to see the global view. And it's something which is very quick to set up. Today we spend more time because we are between the theater and a place which we don't know and everything, but it's something which is very quick and it can be plugged in a lot of different places and for different use cases. We are working since 7 years now. We do a lot of simulation in France with a lot of SAMU and also the police and gendarmerie, which are the security part, and also the fireman, because what we need as well in trauma and especially for first responder and in a crisis is to have different view, because you can have different people who take decision as well and different people to send more vehicles or more helicopter or whatever. So this is exactly what we are doing. So we can have multi-view, we can have we can stop the video in a lot of different view to keep the bandwidth as much as possible for the field. So it's a lot of different options and different features in the solution, which help a lot the solution to be integrated into a catastrophe. We are working, for example, with Japan, with Sendai City, where there was the tsunami. It's a place where we are working as well to optimize connectivity and easy to connect as well with the solution.
So thank you for your question, because it's a very good question. We have the same question coming from the French army as well. So 1 year ago, we did a workshop with them to test our equipment with surgeon special for the military. So at the end of the workshop, and it's clear that our solution will bring a lot for them on the field. They already need some advice from the remote side. And as Thomas said, our solution is very quick to set up and can transmit a video. And this is what they need on the field. So we have the same question with the French army. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wadendries and Mr. Nguyen. I think we still have time for another question. So anyone that want to ask a question? Okay, to the girl back there.
Okay. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Balkis Margareta, and I have some thoughts about our topics today. It's about telemedicine. As we all know that patients have the right to decide to what extent their private identifiable health information is disclosed. And with the increasing number of cybercrime, it is not impossible for private information to be breached. So my question is, how is data protection and patient privacy maintained in the context of telemedicine? Thank you.
I can answer, but I will leave you an technical part for security and cyber security. I give you this one.
Now, again, thank you for your questions, and it's a very good questions. Yeah, the cybersecurity, it's a big issue for everyone, even for us as well. The big benefits of our solution, it's we don't keep any data. We don't store anything. So even if we are attacked from cyber tomorrow, they cannot leak anything from us because we don't keep data. We just transmit the video signal and in the live condition, and we did not keep any data. So let's say there's no risk because we don't keep anything. Because it's a live transmission and nothing is stored on our server.
But it's something which is very important and is fully encrypted, which means that we are high-level encryption for the video stream also. And one thing as well is we are IPA compliance for US, we are HDS for Europe. We can host a solution in Indonesia if needed, because we can manage infrastructure. And for example, we were in Vietnam and in India at the beginning of the week for both projects. In terms of regulation for the states, they wish to have the solution, the application host in the country, which we can guarantee as well.
Thank you.
And just for the telemedicine, all data are stored in the hospital. So we don't take any data from the hospital, but all data we could generate will be sent to the hospital and only to the hospital.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for the insight.
And I just had just a little quick regarding the network, because it's something also which can be a problem for cyber. We are using the normal network, the public network, of course. But when we are working with Army and other first responder as well, they have some tactic network, so specific network. So we can connect on Wi-Fi or solution on this tactic network. And we did a lot of tests, so we don't have problem for that. As soon as we are recognized, it's easy and we can connect easily. Even it's a terrorist attack when they lock all the public, because it's happened, for example, in France, in Paris, there was a terrorist attack. They stopped all the public network, so no network, no video. So it's finished. But as we are able to work with them to give our IP address, which is specific, we can connect also easy when we have a tactic network which is deployed, which is satellite or 4G or 5G, private 5G. And as you can see, and you saw on the presentation for the veterinary, is why we are part of the governmental project for 5G, and especially private 5G, which is having 5G for an area. And start to be more and more used on the army and critical organization. And it's because we are able to host the application close to the backbone and close to the network. So we have this part of technicity as well, which we can manage.
All right, thank you for the answer. I believe we still have time for one last question. Is that okay? Okay, anyone who's still curious, this is your chance to ask now. All right, the sir behind it. So, good afternoon. I am Hilbert Daniel Vasaribu. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to lecturers for giving us great insights on many different topics regarding the telemedicine implementation in emergency settings. And I would like to ask a question about the importance of telemedicine on medical services. As we all know, the internet-based health services have the disadvantage of not being able to meet face-to-face and see the patient's condition directly. Then, how can telemedicine service guarantee the accuracy and reliability of diagnosis in patients, especially in emergency conditions? Thank you.
Okay. Well, the thing is, in emergency, it's easy to connect, but at the end, nobody has the choice, and we don't transfer information, or we don't give your name or whatever. It's just a phone number, which we send an SMS, and after we exchange quickly. Okay, so there is nothing. It's just to have a quick overview, and then after we are moving to a solution where we exchange, and then everything is encrypted, as we just said. So there is no major problem due to the fact that it's emergency. And the idea is to help an emergency situation. So this is the most of the we can say on that, or perhaps you want to add something more?
Now, to make sure that we understand what. Okay.
Okay. So that's no, but again, we won't replace everything. Telemedicine is on top of today. I think we still need to visit and to have diagnosis. It's important. But on a lot of case, it can be a second avis. It can help, for the diagnosis. And we were in Vietnam, for example, and today doctor having a lot of consultation face-to-face, but most of the people in Vietnam are going to US or to Europe to have a second, second opinion, sorry, yes. So I think internet, a lot of people are doing medical as well things on internet because you ask a question and ChatGPT will give you the answer. I don't believe is the right solution. And especially even those machines are really intelligent. At the end, telemedicine keep the expertise from one side, which is the doctor. When you are on telemedicine, you are with your patient. You are not physically with him, but you are still doing an exchange, and you are not a machine when you are a doctor. So you can still ask questions and everything. So I think it will help a lot of people who don't have the chance to be close to a place, close to an hospital, and close to an expertise. And today, a lot of people are on failure with this kind of situation, which means that doctors are mainly in the big town and not on the countryside. And when you are living in the countryside and you need to have just a first opinion, sometimes it's very difficult for those people. And this is where I think telemedicine can be helpful. Now, in a lot of use cases, I think you still need to be in face-to-face, and we won't do everything on telemedicine.
As you may know, the emergency services in all countries is overloaded because more and more people need go and they don't have doctors, they record emergency. So with a lot of more people, the needs are increased and the emergency services is overloaded. So the telemedicine is not here to replace doctor or something like that. It's a tools to will help the doctors to handle the overloaded. Because if with the video, you can say, okay, you don't need to go to emergency, but you can stay at home and waiting for tomorrow, and you can go to see your family doctors. This is one of things that we will help to keep patient at home because he don't need to go to emergency. So the telemedicine for us is the tools that will help the emergency services to handle more calls and to treat patient that needs to go to emergency. So it's not here to replace the human diagnosis. Okay, and the skill of the doctor at the emergency is a key for that. And the telemedicine is one of tools that will help him to cover more of patients.
And if you are looking and one thing as well is emergency is one thing, teleconsultation as well, just when you have a flu or something and you just need medicine, it's better to have also a first opinion to do it and to take a treatment. But when you look at the surgeon today, they are using more and more this kind of solution because even they are doing a lot of surgery in a specialty. The specialty also is doing innovation, and they have new product, and they continue to grow. So you have a lot of not show, but when a doctor are meet together. Quand tous les médecins se retrouvent, les connexions de médecins, les réunions de médecins. Hein? Ouais, c'est. So it's all the exchange between specialists before taking a decision for cancer, for for surgery. Sometimes they don't take one, they have 2, 3, 4 opinion, and they are doing more and more consultancy meetings. And this is something which is very important as well, is telemedicine really help you to be close to for example, a surgeon in the US, surgeon in Indonesia, surgeon in Europe. They can connect easily with telemedicine securely, and everyone having benefit from that. If a young surgeon in Indonesia is on teleproctoring with a surgeon in Indonesia, but is more expert, it's better for a young surgeon to be close to an expert on this surgery. So it's always good to connect people. We don't need to do it all the time as well. But when you have a solution which is easy to connect, it can be helpful in some case. When you are a surgeon, you don't need to see all the surgery. You just need 5 or 10 minutes when you are taking a decision to be connect with your expert or your senior surgeon. So this is the idea as well.
For example, I'm from Vietnam, and I have some family who live somewhere where you don't have any doctors, any surgeon, any specialist. And when they need to have some doctors, they have to travel more than 2 days to the hospital and to check with the doctors. And with the telemedicine, you can bring now medicine to my family. They don't need now to travel, because travel, that means times, expense. So if you don't have expense, you don't have time, you can die here. So the telemedicine is one of tools that can bring also the medicine to the small city to where there is no medicine.
Thank you. Please allow me to share my experience during managing the health contract medical service in British Petroleum Tangguh, West Papua. At the time, we have a case like ACS, no, it's acute coronary syndrome, like a heart attack. At the time, we consult with the specialist, heart specialist, cardiologist specialist in Jakarta. So we had to bring the patient from Papua to Jakarta directly. At the time, that's we using the telemedicine, but with the very conventional devices, or equipment. Yeah, at least send the photo, send the EKG and all the patient conditions and the photo, and also the X-ray if possible. Send to the and discuss it and consult with the specialist. That's why we already practice the telemedicine since a few years ago. I think this is a good start. Yeah. So we are use the accuracy of the diagnosis. We consult with the experts. That's why we are still in the track of the competency and the treatment for that. Yeah. That's why we use the like conventional telemedicine. At the time, we don't use the camera like this high-tech camera, but we send the photos, send through the WhatsApp, as long as we have the connection of 4G. Yeah, that's while starting from the Papua, when we start this, we start the treatment of the intervention cardiology, the treatment with all the activities or treatment with starting from the beginning and during the evacuations, and it's monitoring, and then after that until arrive in the hospital, National Heart Center Hospital. So the patient still alive, and then being going to the cardiology intervention. Yeah, that's why we still keep in track, keep it in contact with the specialist to keep up the competency and the diagnosis and the treatment for the accuracy. Yes, we use the simple one, but we have today the more high-tech equipment, so it will be very helpful. Yeah, it will enhance our keeping the patient still alive. Right? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all our speakers. Everyone, please give another round of applause to our speakers. All right. Thank you very much. As we know, it's already 5 minutes past 3. We will now take a coffee break from now until 3:45 or 15:45. For our guests, there will be snacks and drinks served in our multi-purpose hall, and after that, it will be followed by the workshop. You may all now leave your seat to take the coffee break. Thank you.
Selamat sampai jumpa.
Yang penting siap selamat.
Mohon izin hadirin semuanya untuk waktu istirahat tersisa 10 menit lagi. Terima kasih. Mohon izin hadirin semuanya, Karena waktu sudah menunjukkan pukul 3.45, untuk rekan-rekannya yang belum kembali bisa mohon disegerakan, bisa disampaikan agar cepat kembali ke auditorium. Sebentar lagi acara akan dimulai. Terima kasih. Mohon izin untuk Kopral Kadet yang baru datang bisa segera mengisi barisan depan. Ini nggak salah kayaknya. Jangan-jangan. Iya, pasti cabut. Kayak
Yeah. So you are the first team on site team that you have to handle this. How about this condition? What do you think? Huh? CPR. Why? Why do you use CPR? No response, no pulse, no breathing. Yeah. You have to do CPR immediately. Yeah. To catch the golden time. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Woman 45 years old, pain on left wrist. Deformity on the left wrist. Deformity is mean fracture, yeah? Close. Full alert and breathing still still normal, yeah? A little bit higher, tachypnea, yeah? On the left wrist, you cannot feel the pulse. So what does it mean? Because of the deformity is means like fracture, yeah. So you check with the other wrist. This is absence because there's a problem on the left wrist, yeah. On the other wrist, and the right wrist should be normal, yeah. Can be pulse, can be feel the pulse, yeah. Next, please. Well, 35 years old. This is get electrocuted strum, lengan kanan, ya, and then become collapsed on the ground floor. Electric cable on his body and with no response, no pulse and not breathing. His right hand holding a cable and the palmar skin was black. Kesetrum listrik, ya, di mekanik di bengkel, ya. This is also. How is the patient condition? How's the patient condition? Alert? Huh? No response? Unconscious, yeah? And no pulse? No breathing? Because of the electrocution, kesetrum, electric problem to the heart, yeah? Become stop and also the respiration become negative, yeah? You have to do CPR, yeah? Okay, next please. Man, 35 motorbike accident. When you arrive on the scene, on the location, you found already on the side of the left street. Alert, but very slow, screaming of pain on his left arm, cannot move his right arm due to severe pain and big swelling on the neck. His forehead full of fresh blood. Yeah. What kind of injury he has? Motorbike accident, head injury, neck, and fracture left arm. Yeah. So combination, yeah, fracture, head, neck, spinal injury. Yeah. Okay, next please. This is we can move. We can forward, skip this. Skip this. This male, 20 years old, serious severe head injury due to motor vehicle accident again. Patient condition, no response, bleeding on the head, skin, nose, and both ears. Breathing, rapid, 28 per minute, radial pulse weak and slow. Capillary time, more than 2 seconds. Left lower arm, angulated with the big swelling. Wow. How is the condition? No response, yeah. And bleeding on the head, skin, nose, and both ears. No response means unconscious, yeah, but still breathing. Rapid, 28 per minute, and radial pulse weak. Bradycardy, 40, yeah. CRT, more than 2 seconds mean that there's like a shock, sign of shock, yeah. And left lower arm angulated means fracture or dislocation, yeah. Okay. And big spelling. Next, please. My worker trapped in the building, fire and got burn on face, chest, abdomen, and both arms. 90% with blister on the chest, on the abdomen. Vital signs: breathing sound cannot clearly be heard. Pulse 140 per minute. CRT more than 3 seconds. Blood pressure 90 over 60. Response only by pain. How is the patient condition? Panjang ya. He's in shock condition ya, because of the fire, the burn case ya, 90% over the whole body. Blister. What degree of burn? You don't study the burn clinical, not yet already or not? How many degrees burn categorize? Ada berapa kategori luka bakar? 1, 2, 3. Kalau ada blister, bule, ada bula, gelembung itu derajat berapa? 2 ya. Oke. Kalau yang udah hitam derajat berapa? 3. Oh, hebat semua nih. Udah kayak orang dokter klinik aja. Terus dibagi dose tubuh berhasil ke 9% ya. Rule of 9. Masih ingat? Kalau 90% berarti hampir seluruh tubuh kena. Ya. Berarti cukup berat ya, derajat 2. Oke. Makanya tanda-tanda shock ya. Oke, yang berikutnya. Next please. Car accident also. Man 30 years old complaining pain on his neck, still can walk but slowly and weak. Breathing 25 per minute is normal. Pulse 95 per minute, still normal ya. Fully alert. So this is suspect of what? Of case. Cervical problem ya, due to the motor vehicle. Maybe he was hit or fell down on the street ya. Okay. So what case do you want to take? We take 3 cases here, and we need 3 groups. So all of you will be divided. We need 3 groups, consists of at least 10 or 11 people with one leader or one captain. Yeah, I think the groups are already printed this afternoon. Yeah, this morning. Okay. And I will give the cases. Yeah. The group who will perform the response on the location. Location is just behind this wall. Yeah. And if the others can stay here, watch in the screen, the video, and the communication. We can hear, we can see and watch your team, your friend handling the cases. Yeah. And we will perform one case by case. Yeah. Okay. So now you can sit again. Yeah. Except the 3 groups should be here. 3 groups are already appointed. Come here. Mungkin aja duduk. Baik, untuk rekan-rekan sekalian bisa segera kembali ke tempat duduk, dan untuk tim workshop bisa merapat ke depan. Terima kasih. Oke. Mohon izin untuk kelompok yang akan maju duluan adalah grup pertama. Yang termasuk dalam grup pertama bisa merapat. Terima kasih. Bahasa Inggris, kok malah jadi bahasa Indonesia? Yes. Yeah.
On for Sergeant Cadet School, please step forward.
Ya, kita butuh 3 volunteer ya. Tadi yang sudah disebutkan.
And for Sergeant Cadet Roum Shaputra, you may step forward also.
Sebentar. I would like to use the microphone from my computer. Tim 1 yang akan main siapa? Tim 1? No. Please come here inside. Captain and the team. Okay. You, how many person? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Where are the others?
For the ones who are still standing, please take your seat. Yang masih berdiri segera duduk. Langsung isi yang paling depan. Yang masih berdiri langsung duduk.
Ya, ini sudah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Satu victim siapa? Restu. Oh, udah restu aja ya. Oke. You can mention. So we will start. Restu. Siapa Restu kah? Korban ya?
Ya udah.
Oke. As victim.
Saya buat terus yang ngomong. Manis ini sorry.
Cik. Ya. Ceritanya Restu nih mengalami apa? Kepala berat ya, kecelakaan bermotor. Yeah, the first case is patient number 8, male 20 years old, having severe head injury due to motor vehicle accident. Patient condition no response, bleeding on the head skin, nose and both ears. Breathing 28 per minute, radial pulse weak and slow, 40 per minute. Sorry. CRT capillary time more than 2 seconds. Lower arm angulated with a big swelling. Yeah, has problem with severe head injury. Yeah, and lower arm left dislocated. Yeah. Okay. Now you are still you are unconscious, no response. Yeah. Now Wahyan Restu will be as a volunteer for casualty victim. Yeah. Okay, just lay down and then no movement, no, yeah, because you are unconscious, right? Now the teams, the 6 headed with the Ahmad Hilmi will be the captain to handle this, to respond to the team. Yeah, the patient is just behind this wall, and Ahmad and his team will respond and check and help the casualty and communicate with the regulation here, and we can see all from here and his communication and also his video. Yeah, and after finish, the patient should be bring here. Yeah, bring here to the regulation for the transportation. Okay. Okay, you understand? Please. So before you respond, you brief the team, your team, yeah, for the condition who will do this for the coordination and okay, just a moment. Restu mana Restu? Bisa dulu. Bentar.
Mohon izin untuk seluruh hadirin di dalam auditorium, untuk yang tidak berkepentingan, harap fokus ke depan dan menjaga suaranya. Kita tetap respect dengan yang di depan. Terima kasih.
Ini latihan mendadak ya. Oh, bagus sekali teman-teman sudah punya sense of emergency yang cukup tinggi ya. Baik, ya kita siapkan, lihat dulu di sana di sebelah apakah sudah siap atau belum.
Tu m'entends? Ah oui, ça. Oui, je t'entends, on t'entend. Tu nous entends? Est-ce que tu nous entends? Test 1, test 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear us?
We can see the victim outside. Can we see the victim position outside? Yeah. This is the situation, location. The victim is laying down outside. Yeah. Consider is behind this wall. There's a on scene location. A motor vehicle accident happened. Yeah. And there's one victim over there with the head injury, spinal and broken, dislocated left arm, lower arm. Yeah. Patient unconscious. Now the team will respond, sending by the regulation with the the team leader is Ahmad, yeah, wearing using the expert eye expert with the camera and the yeah. Wah. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Oh, it's good. Yeah. Okay. Captain Ahmad, are you ready? Yeah. So the Medical Evaluation Command Center will send the team to response the situation outside. Yeah, with the one casualty over there. So we continue. Connection problem. Sorry for the inconvenience. Yeah. Who is the second team? Second group. Yeah, be ready. Yeah. How many person member? 7. 12. Okay. The third group, the third team ketiga. Okay. Who is the captain? Okay. Okay. Good. Hey, Jason is unconscious. Pasiennya pegel, kelamaan tiduran di lantai katanya. Stretching, stretching. Okay? Yeah. Are you ready? One. Okay. No. Wow. Pardon? Oh, maybe oh. Ya, ini seperti kalau teman-teman lagi bertugas di remote area atau merespons suatu daerah bencana, walaupun bukan suasana perang atau apalah di daerah Papua sana mungkin ya, bisa konsultasi melalui di sini. Oke, ya, so we go. Okay, yes. Jadi sebenarnya kalau ada koneksi dari dengan 4G dengan apa smartphone, ada pakai mungkin bisa pakai WA call video dan sebagainya, itu bisa terkoneksi dengan pusat kontrol untuk bisa konsultasi dan sebagainya ya. Sebenarnya kamera yang ditaruh di headlamp ini ada bisa dengar suara, bicara kedengaran semua, konsultasi juga dengan pusat regulation command center bisa kedengaran dan bisa juga kelihatan kondisi situasi korban yang sebenarnya. can start with only the video without the sound. It's okay. 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 Now we start, yeah. Captain, are you ready with the team? Yeah, okay. Now the patient Regulation Command Center will send the team to respond to the situation condition motor vehicle accident outside. And the team is headed or captained by Mr. Ahmad. Yeah, we'll go now. You bring all the equipment for the to respond to the condition. Yeah, we bring a medical responder back. Okay, now we start. Okay, go.
Kami Roum. Okay, so the captain will report to the patient on his name with blood and fix, read all the condition files, and will bring to the conclusion for the next medical operation. Okay, how the patient is being bring to
Okay. Now, Captain, report and hand over.
Now, Captain, report and hand over.
First thing that the number tell me report number, the victim is stabilized. Please, I need an ambulance, medical team, and equipment. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, right? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to the first team. Tangan sekali lagi untuk tim Sentul. Consult with the specialist of surgery. Yeah. After handover with the ambulance medical team advance. Okay. Okay. Now the second team is your turn. Be ready. Second team. Tim kedua, please come forward here and give the team here. Meanwhile, the first team make up the patient and the equipment outside. Okay, ini kasusnya apa ya? Lebih ringan. Gimana, boleh lebih berat? Hah? Hah? Kapten siapa? Calvin? Oh, Daniel. Oh, oke oke. Apa yang mana? The best or the easiest one? Hah? 60 year. Okay, 60 yang mana? Enak sekali bisa milih ya. Nggak ada di 6. Mana? Oh, ini di sini kali ini. Oh, di dalam sini. Kita tawarin dulu sih. Cari yang gampang ya. Oh ya. Oke. Apa? Oke. Why do you choose this one? Then, why do you choose X number?
Because in real life there is so many accidents in the traffic, especially in a motorbike accident.
In Jakarta or in Sentul as well?
But
Okay, everywhere, yeah, every country, every province, yeah, every area, district. Yeah. Okay, good. This is quite complicated, yeah.
yes,
Okay, okay, good. Okay, now I read the quiz, yeah. So, audience, please listen to the case. Male, 35 years old with motorbike accident, ya. Ini atau apa? Adu banteng, nabrak motor adu banteng, ya. When being arrived, the casualty found already on the side of the street, sudah di pinggir jalan ya, surrounding by crowd, dikerubungin banyak orang. Casualty condition, slow alert. It means that response already slowing down ya. Screaming of pain on his left arm, pain left arm ya. Cannot move his right arm due to severe pain and big swelling on the neck. Cannot move, ya, right arm, swelling on the neck. His forehead, dahinya penuh dengan darah, ya, ada luka di situ ya. Oke, siapa victimnya? Dari tim sendiri ya. Victim sudah tahu kondisinya? Kamu bisa jadi aktor sekarang ini, ya. Teriak-teriak kesakitan, lengan kirinya sakit sekali, teriak-teriak sambil lemah merintih gitu ya. Nggak bisa gerakan lengan kanannya, tapi lengan kiri sakit, lengan kanan nggak bisa digerakkan. Ya, terus nyeri di leher saya nyeri gitu ya. Dan nanti tangani selanjutnya ya. Nggak usah bilang kepala saya berdarah, yang nanti tim akan lihat kepala saya berdarah ya. Oke. Tim briefing. Setelah itu kita mulai ya. Brief kaptennya. Ya. Case-nya already, dan don't forget to bring the medical responder back ya. Terus back. Yeah. So the captain from group 2 is Daniel. What is Air? Daniel Air Ahmad Romero. Wow, okay. Very good name, yeah. Okay, patient ready? Pasien, what's name? Victim, paling down. One. Ada ya? Lihat dulu.
Configuration.
Yeah. Yes, put it down. Okay, good. Now the captain report hand over with the medical team and ambulance team. Yeah.
Center, this is Captain calling. Report that the patient is already evacuated safely and now travel to the hospital, ready to transport to the hospital surgery team.
Okay, thank you. Please hand over with the medical team and ambulance. Yeah, thank you for your response and assess and stabilize the victim, and the victim will be transferred to the hospital soon with the ambulance already arrived there. Okay, thank you. And good luck for the team. Thanks. So, okay, bring back. Ada mau foto dulu? Foto tim kedua. How many minutes? Does anybody take the time?
Ini kebetulan kita ada lagu.
Doctor, we have about 45 more minutes.
Lama, terlalu lama. Saya diulang aja terus. Oleh kerja,
Okay. Now the last team, the third team. Please come forward. Ready in front here. The last cases. Okay. Captain choose. Captain with this thing. Now, Captain, read the case to everybody, to the audience.
So we have a patient. The accident is car accident, man, 30 years, complaining pain on his neck, but still can walk, but slowly and weak. And then breathing is 25 times in a minute. The pulse is 95 times in a minute, and alertness fully alert. So the patient's still awake, but cannot. He has pain on his neck.
Easy case. Suspect what case? Suspect what kind of cases? What kind of case he has? What kind of problem? Suspect head neck trauma, right? Due to the hit, yeah. Okay. Is a motor vehicle accident as well? Oh yeah. Seems that everybody wants to ride the bike, yeah. Motor vehicle. Okay. Okay. Now your team 7, and who's the volunteers? The victim? Dinar. Okay. Dinar, yeah. Now Dinar, you should act like this condition, still conscious, you can complaining, and you can move, yeah, no problem. But you have complaining of your neck, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The main principle of motor vehicle accident management is if we suspect head neck spinal injury, we have to put him on the, we have to stabilize the neck, head neck, and then put him on the stretcher, but long spinal board, right? Okay. Okay, for stabilize and fixation of the patient, right? Okay. Now, Dinar, you stay there. You're maybe sitting there. Sitting there, yeah? Yes, in front of the column, of the wooden column. Okay. Oke, cukup Richard. Saya nggak usah sih pakai long spinal board aja. Long spinal board yang orange yang papan itu. Pakai LSB aja. Long spinal board orange. Yellow, white.
That when we move it, it will okay.
But you have to fix the head and neck first, right? Before you move. No problem. I think when you put him lie down after you already fixation of the head and neck with the neck collar, no problem with it. No problem. It's up to you. Okay. You see the location, the situation, condition, patient. Okay. Okay, you know how to the strategy, yeah? And you discuss with the team, and then when you arrive, you already action, yeah? There's no more discussion on the side, yeah, on the scene. Hebat. Actingnya boleh ya. Yeah. Rencananya gitu. Okay, yeah. I think everybody saw dinner action in the last group. He's a good actor, yeah. Give applause to him. Next time we need dinner for this to be as a picnic. Okay, thank you for the group 3, the last group, for your action, for your response. Okay. So maybe I need 5 minutes for anybody want to discuss and questions. Yeah, 5 minutes for discussion. Or anyone to want to ask or to comment of the first group and the second group and the third group. Yeah, as we saw in the video. Yeah, okay. Ada yang mau bertanya? Oh, good. Silakan. Ya, tepuk tangan dulu. Untuk penanya pertama. Situ ada ya. Ini aja ini. Pertanyaannya berapa?
Permission to ask a question. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Anissa Dika Kelana. I usually go by Dika. And I would like to ask a question about the previous presentation about the expert eye technology. Regarding the use of expert eye technology in emergency situations. We know that this technology allows on-site health workers or paramedics with expert doctors to video call using glasses with cameras. My question is, in emergency situations, are there legal limitations that regulate what procedures paramedics are allowed to perform with the guidance of expert doctors through this technology? I'm asking this question because, as we also know, that general practitioners and specialist doctors have some level of competence that allow them to do certain procedures. Paramedics do not. For example, an emergency surgical procedure that requires an expert doctor, when it is done, the paramedics with an expert doctor's guidance to the telemedicine technology.
So basically, what I am doing is how this recent technology interact with the laws and regulations that different countries might have. And do you think that in the future, the laws are the one that needed to adapt to the recent technology? Thank you. Okay. Very, very good questions. Difficult for me to answer. Okay. Yeah, okay. How can I answer? About the technology utilization, maybe Mr. Thomas or Juan, you want to answer?
I will answer for France and other countries regarding the law. Today, when you are working for an hospital, private or public, you are under the responsibility of the organization. And mainly,
this one?
Okay. So when you work for an hospital, private or public, you are under the responsibility of the hospital. Okay, you are not a doctor alone somewhere. And when you are on a call center, you are under the responsibility as well. And it's the same for the voice or for the video. You have to remember that we record the voice. So the only legacy today is the voice. Okay, so all the information you will exchange will be recorded. We can take some picture, but there is no legislation today who asks to keep them. So it's just something to help to better understand the situation. So clearly, from Japan to Belgium to France to even India, it's the responsibility of the hospital as all the other recommendation you can do. Okay. After, regarding the fact that the paramedics do or not do the suggestion of a doctor, this is a big question. But today there is no responsibility. It's the same because it's the same ecosystem. And today, when the paramedics speak only with the voice with the doctor, and the doctor say, "Okay, you do that and that and that," is the same. It will be the same responsibility. For today, what we can say, and for the, let's say, the study done by doctors who are working on this kind of situation, does the video help to better understand the situation and could help to take the right decision? Yes, at more than 90%. So there is no really rules or law today, but one thing is sure is we keep the record of the voice, which is key. And also the difference between the voice and the video is normally you always have voice on emergency number, which is not the case for video. Okay.
Okay.
Now, you want to Indonesia.
You want it? You want it? One?
Yes, for France, for example, they more and more send the paramedic instead of EMS. So that's why they start to equip all paramedics with the smart glasses. This is the case in France.
Okay, thank you. In Indonesia, maybe Dr. Handian will maybe can explain a little bit more later on, yeah. But based on my experience, when I did join the emergency training in America, Stanford University, and I also deal going response with the paramedics with the 911, not 119, 911. Yeah, I spent a lot of time at the station responding in the ambulance truck, fire truck, everything. So they are all the their background is a layman, is a high school graduations, but they took skill of competency courses every 3 months. They should do the courses every 3 months, and they should pass the test. This is their competency. If they don't pass the test, they cannot go. They cannot go to work, and then they should pass the competency first. If they find difficulties in handling casualty or in handling patients, they will ask the doctor emergency in hospital, in emergency room. They have a guidance books for doing the emergency cases. Yeah, There's a lot of books, simple get pocket book. That once when I evacuate one case from Salt Lake with a helicopter, after 2 hours, 1.5 hours flying, suddenly the patient is apnea. You know apnea? Stop breathing. It's a big guy and with the triple aorta abdominis aneurysm should be can be blown at any time. Yeah, with the internal bleeding. At the time before we land at the hospital roof, top hospital helipad, the patient suddenly stopped breathing. The paramedic confused, doc, what you do? How we can call the emergency room doctor? No, just what do you do? Okay, we use the LMA to the laryngeal mass airway, and we put bagging. We do the ventilation manually, and then they're happy because Indonesian doctor with at the time. It's never any doctor is going outside of the hospital, except in France. Yeah, in France, when I do in SAMU 92 Gars, it's out of the north of the Paris. We respond. Doctors, paramedics, anesthetists also responding in the first time to the scene, to the location. Yeah. That's why we have also a nurse, not only paramedic, nurse, anesthetist nurse, emergency doctor, anesthetist doctor sometimes, and ambulance driver. Ambulance driver is they have competency to do infusion, everything, all the equipment and the medical, the drugs. So it's something more skill, only big ambulance. And the location, the first time arrive on scene is we call it pompier, fire brigade. Fire brigade is arriving, doing the basic life support, doing CPR, stop bleeding, something without any drugs or infusion. Yeah, that's doing the first basic life support. Yeah, I think it's as a legal aspect in Indonesia. Yeah, as long as we do the life saving, and we consult with the specialist, I think we don't have to worry about the legal aspect of it. Yeah, especially in our first round, it's first ring 1, ring 2. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. But we speak outside of in the citizen, in the public. So yeah, there's another story. Maybe Dr. Handrian can share a little bit more. He's the emergency management specialist. Dr. Handrian, would you can you share a little bit more about the paramedic doing the emergency procedures on the field? Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Reynald. Maybe I will share some insight about the current EMS situation in Indonesia. So, as you all know, EMS in Indonesia still underdeveloped from the France. I think in France it is very advanced, but Indonesia we still the Permenkes or Indonesian law. It's only about 2016. It's become the home about for the EMS system in Indonesia. And then for the paramedic, for the competencies, first you must know we didn't have any paramedic in Indonesia. Yes, maybe some of you already know. In America we have the EMT or emergency medical technician. That's the paramedics. It's different from nurse. In Indonesia we have nurse with the specialized training. Specialist training with the pre-hospital background, yeah, and then some of them have some degree and some advanced training to do procedure in the pre-hospital. But in Indonesia, we have also what we call medical director. Everything they do in the ambulance, they must consult to the medical director, and then they have some ambulance protocol and ambulance dispatcher. And we work as a team for that protocol. Maybe like that, Dr. Reynald, for the situation in EMS in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. That's why we have to do trainings, yeah. Training and exercise, yeah. And while we are developing the systems for our first ring, second ring, and in the public area, yeah. It's a big job for us in Indonesia to establish the emergency system, yeah. That's why we have to collaborate for every stakeholders, yeah, in Indonesia, including we are all the medical personnel, yeah. Okay. Okay, I think it's enough. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Wagen Rees, Mr. Nguyen, and Dr. Kosvianagaro for the training and workshop. We hope the workshop can benefit us all, especially for the cadets of Republic Indonesia Defense University in the future as military doctors. Give a round of applause for Mr. Rees, Mr. Nguyen, and Dr. Kosvianagaro.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our next event, we will witness the symbolic handover of the Certificate of Appreciation for the lecturers and workshop that has been given to us today. The first, we would like to invite the head of Military Medicine Study Program to Navy Captain Dr. Lila Irawati Cahyoiduri, Anesthesia Specialist, Intensive Care Consultant, Master of Health, to hand the certificate to the three speakers. To all speakers, you may rise from your seats and take your place forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now conduct a second photo session. To all attendees present in the auditorium, you may rise from your seat. And to all online attendees, please turn on your cameras. To all attendees, please rise from your seat. Mal. To all attendees, please listen to the sound of my voice. Please converge more to the middle. The ones that are too far left or too far right can move closer to the middle. Thank you, all attendees. You may all return to your seat. I repeat to all attendees, please return to your seats because the closing ceremony is about to commence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of our event. Before we close this event, let us sing the song Bagi Memberi. You may all rise from your seats. You may take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the events for the 2028 Summer and Telemedicine Workshop.
We have finally gone through the entire series of events together. We would like to give thanks to the lecturers, organizers, and participants who attended today's event. We hope that today's lecture and workshop will bring benefits to us all.
We and the entire event committee apologize if there were any intentional or unintentional mistakes that brought inconvenience to the audience during the event. Lastly, I, Sergeant Cadet Nicholas Gabriel Harepa, and my colleague,
Sergeant Cadet Ravindra Puspadamayanti,
wish you a wonderful and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Adik-adik, mohon izin untuk kadet kohort 1 untuk tetap di tempat sebentar ya.
Mohon izin